And a pleasant good evening to you. Welcome inside GCS Credit Union Ballpark, just minutes away from first pitch between the Grizzlies and the Otters here on the Otters Digital Network. Matthew Will joining you here for another edition of Otters Baseball. Pleased you're spending your holiday weekend supporting your Evansville Otters. Let's not waste any time. Get right into the recap of last night's game. Grizzlies were able to hop into the game early, scoring a run on a sacrifice fly by Jay Prather, a leadoff double from Andrew Penner, and then a couple of flies out to center field brought him home. That's all that she wrote for the Grizzlies in the first. But the odds backed up with three of their own in the second. A three-run home run for Justin Felix. His third home run in the last 8 days was enough to give the Otters the lead, a lead that they would not surrender the remainder of the ballgame. In the bottom of the fifth, Grizzlies managed another run, a solo home run from Jackson Pritchard over the right center field wall. That just lessened the Otters' lead to 1, but they backed it up with more runs directly after. In the top of the sixth, on back-to-back RBI singles, Felix and Armstrong each drove in runs of their own, extending the lead to 5-2 in favor of the Otters. In the seventh, 2 more scored for Evansville on a 2-run single from Dakota Phillips. A couple of RBIs for him in the game. And that extended the Otters' lead out to 7-2. Gateway was able to score one final run in the seventh on a monster home run to right field. Left the ball field, might have cleared the highway out there as well, but it was only enough to get them within 4. 7-3 was the final. Evansville went on to win their 4th straight game and has taken a really commanding lead in this season series. They've only lost once to this Gateway team. That was on the middle game of the last time the team was here about a month ago. Got an interesting look on the mound this evening between the two teams. First of all, for the Evansville Otters, Austin Gossman is going to return to the mound after spending the last couple of weeks on the injured list, just with a shoulder that was bothering him here and there. He threw a season-high 93 pitches in his last outing, had a couple batters take him deep into counts, and that's what really played into that. He ended up giving up 3 runs on 8 hits in 5 innings of work, but did receive the win as Evansville went on to win 12-10 versus Lake Erie a couple of weeks ago. He'll look to take what was one of his best starts of the year, in my opinion, and work that forward into this game. The man he'll be facing on the mound tonight will be Justin Farrell, who made his debut with this team a couple weeks ago in Bosse against this Otters team. Overall this year, he's played in 4 games, has clocked 9 innings of work, and has allowed 2 runs on 5 hits in that time. I can't say that we've really seen the best of Justin Farrell yet. We haven't really seen him got to have a strong game. This is his first start, of course, of the season. We haven't got to see him really make his way through a lineup and set the pace in a game. So I'm eager to see how this one goes for both squads this evening. Let's run you through these starting lineups. First for the home team, the Gateway Grizzlies. Very similar to the way it looked last night. Penner, Bernard, Prather start up the top 3, batting 1, 2, 3, and playing center field, right field, and left field. Trevor Achenbaugh batting 4th and playing second base. Batting 5th is the first baseman, Clint Freeman, who was originally assigned to start this game, but moved back to his home at first. Batting 6th is the designated hitter, Cesar Trejo. Batting 7th, the shortstop, Abdiel Diaz. Batting 8th is the catcher, Jackson Pritchard. And batting 9th is the third baseman, Jose Rosario. Again, Justin Farrell starting on the bump for the Grizzlies. As for the Evansville Otters, returning to the leadoff position for the 2nd straight night and 4th time this season, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game is Elijah McNamee, who's playing right field. Batting 2nd is the designated hitter, Zach Bierman. Batting 3rd, the first baseman, Steven Sinsley. Batting 4th, the left fielder, J.R. Davis, who had the night off last night. Batting 5th and playing center field this evening is Jeffrey Baez. Batting 6th and catching, Dakota Phillips. Batting 7th, the shortstop, George Khalil. Batting 8th, the third baseman, Anthony Torrelas. And batting 9th is the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. A strong defensive alignment for the Otters this evening. Torrelas, Khalil, Armstrong, Sinsley, left to right around the infield. A little different look in the outfield as J.R. Davis will head out to left field for, I believe, the 5th time this season. Jeffrey Baez moves over to center. Sounds like Miles Gordon just having a day off this evening. He does look good. He's in uniform, so certainly just a day off for him. Again, Austin Gossman on the mound for the Otters. We'll take a break as they are just a few moments away from getting set with the national anthem. And then, of course, first pitch here from GCS Credit Union Ballpark in Sauget, Illinois. just a few minutes away from baseball between the Otters and the Grizzlies here on the Otters Digital Network. Don't go anywhere. First pitch is next. And it's time for baseball here from Sauget, Illinois. Matthew Will joining you here on the Otters Digital Network. Your home for the Otters, at home and on the road. Every single game this year, 100% free. Another decent night for baseball. It rained most of the day, but it looks like we should escape it for the remainder of the evening. A reminder that the rest of this weekend, tonight, Sunday, and Monday, Otters are here at Sauget to face the Grizzlies. 6:45 first pitch each game. We've got them all for you here on the Otters Digital Network. Let's run through the Otters starting lineup again for you once more. Elijah McNamee. Big hit Mac is the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game and playing right field. Batting second, the DH, Zach Bierman. Batting third, the first baseman, Steven Sinsley. And the cleanup hitter is the left fielder, J.R. Davis. Batting fifth and playing center field is Jeffrey Baez this evening. Batting sixth, the catcher, Dakota Phillips. Batting seventh, the shortstop, George Khalil. Batting eighth, the third baseman, Anthony Torellis. And batting ninth is the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. Austin Gossman on the mound for him, but a little bit more on him in the bottom half of the first. On the mound for the Grizzlies, Justin Farrell. Behind the plate is Jackson Pritchard. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road in Evansville. Or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Let them know that Elijah McNamee sent them your way. And Elijah McNamee will kick off the at-bats for the Otters this evening. Breaking out the gray jerseys for the first time in a few weeks. Script Evansville written across the front in blue. Blue numbering on the back as well. Gray pants, and their hats this evening are the road blues with the gray caps. As for the Grizzlies, they're wearing the powder blue tops, white bottoms with the black hats out there in the field. Big hit Mac, just a shy under 300. Heads to the plate for the first time this evening as the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game. First pitch he sees, grounds to the left side. On three hops is Diaz. The throw over to first is in time, and McNamee is retired in just one pitch. So it didn't take too much time at all to get this one underway and actually get an out here as well for these Grizzlies. So quickly it brings up the first lefty of the lineup, the designated hitter, Zach Bierman. We saw last night the Otters really attack the middle of the order with all of their lefties. 4 lefties in a row hits in the 2, 3, 4, and 5 spots last night. A little different look at things tonight. Of course, Bierman and Sinsley is the 2-3. Then you have to go all the way down to the 7 hole where Phillips is at as the next lefty. First pitch is in for ball 1 against Zach Bierman. Bierman knows his way around hitting a homer here. Did it a few times in the first series here about a month ago. It does help that the right field wall is short. The distance to the right field wall is even shorter. The 2-0 to Bierman. That one's a called strike on the low outside corner. First time Farrell has a strike up on the board behind him. Farrell typically a bullpen arm. I think 3, maybe 4 innings is what you're expecting at him this evening. A 2-1 to Bierman. That's a called strike on the inside edge. He thought that one was going to break a little further inside. It did not, however. Though the temperature is in the low 80s, the humidity is making it feel a little bit warmer than that. The wind is blowing just a little bit out towards dead center field. 2-2 is the count towards Zach Bierman, this evening's designated hitter, and Farrell's going to step off for a second. Defense playing straight up, except for the second baseman, Achenbaugh, is playing basically as a shallow right fielder. A 2-2. Oh, and Bierman fouls that one off the foot and up towards the shoulder area, and he's going to take a couple of seconds. Andy McCauley will make the walk down from third just to make sure everything's all right. The Otters, well, there's not a ton of ways to say it, had a miserable road trip last week. 1-5 on the road at Florence and Lake Erie. Their only win coming against Florence on the last day of that series. There weren't a ton of positives in that 6-game set either. So to go home, sweep Joliet, who's a really good team, and then come here to Gateway and get a pretty commanding win last night. You know, even though you gave up the run in that first inning, immediately the offense backed up Parker Brahms in both times that they surrendered a run. And, you know, it says a lot about this offense. It shows where they've grown. For a long time, the Otters were not only leading the Frontier League in home runs, as they still are, but they also had more home runs than doubles. It was either a fly ball or a home run every time, it seemed. 2-2 to Bierman. They Send him one way outside. He goes chasing, and it's 2 up, 2 down to start the first inning. It's the first strikeout of the day for Justin Farrell as the left-handed first baseman Steven Sinsley makes his way to the plate. There's not much that Steven Sinsley hits that doesn't carry to the right side of the outfield. You'll notice that, at least if you ever get to watch a game that Sinsley's playing in, his swing is very upwards. Gets a lot of air underneath it. Of course, last night we saw him pop up and pop out a couple of times as well. That's a lot because that's the way his swing is built. When he makes good contact, the ball leaves the yard, but when he gets just a bit over or just a bit under it, it doesn't exactly pan out for him. 0-1 towards Sinsley. Pushes one to the left side, past the extended arm of the headman, Andy McCauley. And Sinsley finds himself down 0-2 in the count. Farrell could be potentially one pitch away from a very solid inning. He needs a couple of innings like this if he'd like to go deep into this game. Deep meaning fourth, fifth inning. Farrell steps back, sends home the 0-2. This one's lifted up towards center field. Chasing back towards the warning track is Pinner, and he'll make the catch fairly easily for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down to start the game for Evansville. They're scoreless after the top half of the first. Grizzlies coming to bat after this. And welcome back inside GCS Credit Union Ballpark, ready for the bottom half of the first inning here. Austin Gossman on the mound for the Otters this evening. In his now 8th start of the season, he brings in a 2-1 record in 35 innings of work. It's Gossman on the mound, Phillips behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. Gossman has been on the injured list for the past couple of weeks, just rehabbing a shoulder, making sure he's 100% before he got back on the bump. Threw a season-high 93 pitches his last time out. A lot of that was because a couple of batters took him very deep into count. First pitch to Andrew Pinner, the former Evansville Otter, on the way for a called strike 1 to kick off the half inning. Gossman always wearing the high socks up there on the bump, one of, I believe, 2 pitchers for the Otters. I know Jacob Bowles does it as well. The 0-1. It's a hefty swinging strike 2 from Andrew Pinner. Gossman's ahead in the count. As for Gossman, his last time out, of course, a win against Lake Erie at home. He allowed 3 runs on 8 hits and 5 innings of work in that game. The 0-2, it's a swinging strike 3, and Gossman will start off his day with a German American Bank strikeout. The first one for the Otters, of course. That will bring up the 2-hole hitter, Isaac Bernard. Gossman enters the game with a 2.83 ERA, a 2.33 batting average against, and a strikeout per 9 of just under 9.0. First pitch to Bernard is called strike 1 on the outside edge. Gossman has yet to throw a ball yet in this. Pretty good-sized crowd considering the rain that has been here all day long. The 0-1 outside for ball 1, that evens the count. It's not raining now, and it really hasn't rained very much at all since 3 p.m., but from probably 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., it was nonstop coming down here in the St. Louis area. 1-1 is the count to Isaac Bernard. Gossman has his sign. Pitch is on the way. Sent right back up at him. Bounces off the rubber. It's grabbed by Armstrong, and he almost overthrows first. Miraculously, that was a pretty close play. I don't really think Armstrong had any opportunity to make that play, but he took the chance anyway and almost overthrew Sinsley. Unlike at Bossy Field, it wouldn't have mattered too much because of where the netting is here. So with 1 out, an infield single has put Isaac Bernard at first, and Jay Prather's at the plate. Prather picked up an RBI in his very first at-bat last night, a sacrifice fly. First pitch on the way, called strike on the outside edge, and Prather doesn't love the decision there. Oh, 1 count. Long wait for Gossman. Pitch is on the way. It's pushed out to the left side, but plenty foul, out of play. No balls, 2 strikes to Jay Prather. There's a runner on first after that leadoff single. Gossman really taking his time between some of these pitches, being a little more methodical. A little glance over at first. Bernard has a good lead over there. But then 0-2 is zoomed out towards left field. In the corner is Baez. He hauls it in for the second out. That's actually J.R. Davis. I'm so used to Baez playing left. The only games that Baez has not played left this year, it was Zach Bierman out there. So a little different look for the Otters. We'll walk through it now. It's J.R. Davis in left, Baez in center, Elijah McNamee in right. Across the infield, Anthony Torrales at third, Khalil at short, Armstrong at second, Sinsley at first. Very defensive lineup tonight for the Otters. So with 2 down and a runner on first, Trevor Achenbaugh heads to the plate. The league leader in home runs. He took that crown from Zach Bierman earlier this week. He starts off with a swinging strike 1. And, you know, to be honest, for the amount of games that I've just seen, not considering, of course, all the other games happening throughout the Frontier League, I'm surprised that the league leader in home runs only has 14 at this point. It seems like there's been a ton of home runs. The 0-1 works outside. Good work from Phillips to keep it in front of him. The count evens up. Dakota Phillips could very possibly earn himself a bid to the All-Star game in just a couple of weeks. Going to be very hard to imagine that Zach Bierman and or Elijah McNamee don't make it as well. Another pitch is low and outside for Phillips. He's able to stay in front of it. Gossman looked really good in the opening at bat against Andrew Penner, and for the most part in that Bernard series looked good as well. 2-1 the count to Trevor Achenbaugh. It's zoomed out towards right field. McNamee will chase over there at the warning track and bring it in for out number 3. We've played one full inning, still scoreless from Sauget. Otters coming to bat after this. And to the top of the second we go, still scoreless here from Sauget. We head to the middle 3 of the order for Evansville: Davis, Baez, and Phillips. There are a couple of games already underway today, and as we work through these next couple innings, we'll start to go through the Frontier League's Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard. So J.R. Davis, who did not play last night and is playing left field this evening, heads to the box for his first at-bat of the series. First option to him, on the way. Taken for a called strike 1 on the outside edge. Davis, closed stance up there at the plate. 0-1 headed his way. He bounces it off his foot. And they're saying fair. So they're going to call it a putout. 1-3. J.R. Davis is saying that one went off my foot. I jumped because it bounced into my foot. And here comes Andy McCauley coming in to state his words as well. But as it stands, it's a 1-3 putout for out number 1. We saw a very similar play in last night's game, except it happened to the Grizzlies on a dribbler down the third base line. McCauley must have said something that helped a little bit, as it's going to cause the men wearing black this evening to have a quick discussion about it. But as of right now, it's a 1-3 putout, resulting in 4 up, 4 down so far for the Otters. So we start off this game with the same way we had last night. Some interesting plays. They're going to call him out and say that it was a fair ball. And Davis is just going to stand there and admire things for a little bit. He will take his time to head back towards the dugout, shaking his head. Certainly a strange one. Hard to tell. Did kind of look like it went off his foot. But that will bring up the center fielder, Jeffrey Baez. Big night for him. It's career game 900 for Jeffrey Baez. He's clocked over 150 doubles in that time, over 100 home runs in that time, over 240 stolen bases over that time. He bounces one towards Rosario at third. He'll make a solid throw to first in time for out number 2. And again, it's a quick start to the inning for the Grizzlies. So that brings up the catcher, Dakota Phillips. The only thing that you could be critical about Phillips' game is that the strikeouts are starting to rack up. The problem is when a pitcher gives him something decent, he absolutely lasers it into fair territory. So pitchers are being so selective around him. It's making it tough for him at the plate. First pitch to Dakota Phillips is just a hair to the outside high edge for ball one. Phillips is sitting at a 319 average. It's kind of gone downhill ever since he was up at a 480 area in the first week and a half of the season. Ball low inside, sends the count to 2-0. And despite Phillips' batting average falling, it doesn't mean he hasn't been consistent. He's found a way to pick up hits in nearly every game. And as the season's gone along, he's currently riding a 3-game hitting streak right now. Zooms one down the left field line, but it is foul out of play. Will end up in the picnic area over there for the Grizzlies. The count's at 2-1. Phillips has a hit in 4 of his last 5 games. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch is coming home towards Phillips. Lets it go by for a called strike on the off speed. Just kind of fooled him. So now down to their last strike in the inning are the Otters. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Stays low for ball 3. Couple of transactions today for the Otters. Just activating Austin Gossman off of the 7-day injured list and placing Steve Pastora onto the injured list. Unsure of what exactly the injury is there for Steve Pastora. Did struggle a little bit in his last start. The 3-2, Phillips sends it into the netting to the left side. So it is very possible that Pastora is just rehabbing something going on just to keep himself 100%. Phillips is trying to keep this second inning alive for the Otters and also earn the Otters' first base runner of the game. The 3-2, zoom to the left side, and once again it's way foul, and it's another solid defensive at-bat for Dakota Phillips. Just like typical, Billy Easley playing coach over there at the first base side, and McCauley, the third base coach for the Otters. We'll try again on the 3-2 to Dakota Phillips. Pitch is on the way, and it's ball 4 on the inside edge. Otters have their first base runner of the game. That'll bring up the shortstop, George Khalil, who got himself a solid base hit in last night's game, a double that was sent into left center field. Khalil has been hurt by his own size, I think, this year. He strikes out a little more than he probably wants, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he is a little bit taller and a lot of pitches at his knees he has to really reach down for, and that just tends to hurt him a bit. But he has been spending a lot of time working on that swing, finding areas to make it a little bit better. First pitch to him. Called strike on the low inside corner from Justin Farrell. Phillips had himself a pretty small lead over there at first, not really a stolen base threat. No balls, 1 strike to George Khalil. Pitch is on the way towards him. High outside. Count evens up at 1-1. The last time the Otters played here about a month ago, George Khalil earned his first professional home run over that right center field wall. He hit quite a few home runs in his college days at the University of South Carolina, however. The 1-1 to Khalil. Swinging strike 2. He was just a bit behind it. He falls back in the count 1-2. Defense is playing a bit squeezed towards second, so there are pretty good-sized gaps on both sides of the infield. The 1-2 towards Khalil. Way high. The count evens up at 2-2. Over there at first is Dakota Phillips. Meanwhile, George Khalil's at the plate looking at a 2-2 count. The pitch is on the way. It's zoomed down the third base line, but well foul. Will end up in the bullpen for the Otters. Jake Plancic will hop up, pick that one up, and head back towards that left field bullpen. 2-2 the count towards George Khalil. Big pitch here. Farrell sends it home. It's a swinging strike 3, high and away for Khalil. That will end the inning. Then after an inning and a half, we are still scoreless from Sauget. And as we head to the bottom of the second inning, Chicken Dance just played here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark, and hitting coach Bobby Siegel's family and kids got up and were dancing up on the dugout. Big smile from him as we get ready for this bottom half of the second. Otters are going to see Freeman, Trejo, and Diaz come to the plate on the other side. Gossman is looking to extend what has been a pretty solid game for him thus far. Gave up a single in that first inning, but worked around it nicely. Freeman walks in with a 277 average, hit his 9th home run last night with a absolute moonshot to right field. First pitch home. His ball 1 on the outside. Gossman tried to bring the heat there, and it looked like it just got away from him. Don't forget that the Otters return home after this 4-game set on Tuesday night for Taco Tuesday. The Otters debuted a new Supreme Taco last Tuesday. It was very good. If you haven't tried it yet, get down to Bossy on Tuesday night. Try it out for yourself. And then next time you hop on a game broadcast here on the Otters Digital Network, let me know what you thought of it. I thought it was very good. Otters host Florence Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. And then on Friday, Saturday, Sunday next weekend, they will, or sorry, it's Schaumburg Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Florence is over the weekend on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Got my games mixed up there. 1-1 count from Austin Gossman. It's sent towards Khalil on the ground. He'll pick it up on 3 hops. The throw to first is in time for out number 1. The hard work that George Khalil has put in at shortstop since the season start cannot go unnoticed. For those first couple of weeks, he did have a lot of errors at short. There's no two ways about it. He had the team lead and still does have the team lead ever since the Otters have calmed the errors down quite a bit. But there were a lot in those first couple of weeks, and he's really worked on his craft there at short. Has now become a very reliable arm and glove at the shortstop position. First pitch to Sehar Trejo is sent to the foul side, and a nice snag by the manager, Steve Brook, of the Grizzlies. Trejo looking at an 0-1 count now. Gossman, long wait. First pitch towards Cesar Trejo. On the way. Works low and outside. Count goes out to 2-1. Start to take a look through the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard. Schaumburg picked up an 8-7 win, hosting Florence today. Schaumburg on quite a roll right now. We might see one of the hottest teams coming to Bosse next week. 1-1 count towards Trejo. This one sent foul to the left side, out of the glove of Torrelas. And the count falls to 1-2. Also, looks like the Washington Wild Things got a 9-1 win at Lake Erie in Game 1 of their doubleheader. In the bottom of the fifth, New Jersey leads Sussex County 7-3. In the bottom of the fifth as well, Ottawa leads New York 5-2. 1-2 the count to Cesar Trejo. It's sent foul to the right side, and he'll live to see another pitch. In the bottom of the fourth inning, the Tri-City Valley Cats hold a 7-1 lead over the Empire State Grays. Just 1 week ago, the Grays picked up their first win there at Tri-City. And in the top of the third, Trois-Rivières leads Quebec 1-0 in the battle for Quebec. Washington currently leading Lake Erie 1-0 in the third in Game 2 of their doubleheader. And in the top of the fourth in the battle for Chicago, Joliet has a 5-3 lead over Windy City. One ball, two strikes to Cesar Trejo with one out and the bases empty. Gossman really taking his time between a couple of these pitches. Kicks and delivers. It's sent towards Torrelas at third. The long throw is going to be just a bit wide. Gets away from Sinsley, but not too far. So it's going to be a base hit there for Cesar Trejo. Even had Torrelas made that throw on line, I don't think it was going to beat the runner over there at first. And for the second time in the game, the Grizzlies pick up a one-out base hit in the second straight inning. It'll bring up Abdiel Diaz, batting .262 on the season, looking for his 40th hit of the season. Long wait for Gossman before the first pitch to Abdiel Diaz. Has his count, glances over towards first, and the pitch is coming home. Zoom to the right side, through for a base hit. McNamee will pick it up in right field, and both runners will move forward just 90 feet. Back-to-back singles here have Gateway with a couple of runners on. Diaz just snuck that one past the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. And with one out, there's runners on first and second now. The catcher, Jackson Pritchard, now heads to the plate, batting .250 on the season. And in last night's game, had a solo home run in the fifth. Wide open stance for him at the plate. Pitch is headed his way. And it's a swinging strike one, a foul tip towards Phillips behind the plate. Trejo stands at second. Diaz stands at first. Armstrong trying to keep Trejo a bit close there at second before the 0-1 pitch to Pritchard. Gossman sends home the 0-1. A half swing. Did he go? Yes, he did, says the first base umpire, Clark Morgan. The count drops to 0-2 for Pritchard. Gossman really taking his time up there. Has his sign from home plate. Glances towards second, fires home the 0-2. Way outside, ball one. By the way, with Washington's win, they did advance their lead in the West Division back out to 2.5 games over the Otters. But going into the day, the Steel Court Frontier League standings had Washington in first, Evansville in second, 2 games back, Gateway in third, 4.5 games back of the Otters for second place. The 1-2 pitch, swinging strike 3, and Austin Gossman is going to earn his second German American Bank strikeout of the day on the low outside fastball. Following Gateway, Joliet sits in fourth place in the West Division, a half game back of these Grizzlies. Schaumburg at 7.5 back, obviously have moved up after their win earlier today. Windy City in sixth, 9.5 back of the lead. Florence, 10.5 back in seventh. Lake Erie, 11 games back of the lead, rounding out the West Division. So the 9-hole hitter, third baseman Jose Rosario, heads to the plate with 2 on and 2 outs. First pitch to him is a ball on the inside edge. Didn't miss by too much, I can tell you that much. Gossman trying to close out this second inning. And just like most of his games this season, pitch count already working up a bit. Getting near that 30 pitch mark. The 1-0 is a called strike 1 right across the heart of the plate. Evens the count up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Big group of kids hanging out on the berm out there in left field, right behind the bullpen of the Otters. Also a good amount out there on the right field berm that goes along the right field home run line, or the end of play out there in right field. Quite a few families and kids sitting out there as well. Ball stays low and sends the count to 2 balls, 1 strike now for Jose Rosario. So Gossman really taking his time there at the plate. Glances over towards third. The 2-1. Called strike 2 on the high outside corner. Went off speed there. And Gossman's put himself in a place where he could end the inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Still scoreless here from GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Long wait for Gossman on the bump. Has his sign from his catcher Phillips. Fires home on the 2-2. Outside ball 3. Good stop by Phillips. Keeps it in front of him. Now everyone will be on the move for a payoff pitch with 2 outs. Three balls, 2 strikes to Jose Rosario. Gossman just needs 1 here. Payoff pitch on the way for Jose Rosario. Both runners will be on the move as Gossman kicks and delivers. Sent foul to the right side, and the runners will have to work their way back to first and second. Two more games here this weekend. Tomorrow night and Monday night, 6:45 first pitch for each of them. Otters would love to have you here in attendance to help root them on the road. We're only a couple hours away from Evansville. And make sure you grab a ticket behind the third base dugout. That's the side that the Otters sit on. Otters have had about a row and a half of fans at each game so far this weekend. 3-2 the count. Pitch on the way. Swinging strike 3, but it gets foul and through the legs of Phillips, and we'll have to do it again. Gossman, oh, so close to ending the inning. Rosario just fouled it between the legs of Phillips. Both runners will make their way back towards first and second. Still scoreless here from Soje. Runners on first and second, 2 outs, full count to Jose Rosario. And once again, Austin Gossman in a game where his pitch count is just starting to run away from him. And now time called at the plate by Jose Rosario. Everyone will take a break here, make Gossman think a little bit more. So now stepping back in is Jose Rosario. Gossman once again looks in towards his catcher and nods at his sign. Payoff pitch. Runners in motion. Bounces in ball four. The bases are loaded with 2 outs. Rosario really made Gossman work hard there, made him work deep into his pitch reservoir. The bases are now loaded. That will bring up the leadoff hitter for the Grizzlies, Andrew Penner, who struck out his first time up. The former Otter at the plate now. Gossman taking his time before the first pitch to Penner in the at-bat. And it's on the way. Swinging strike one. Gossman worked inwards on that pitch. Runners on all 3 bases. 0-1 count to Penner with 2 outs. Pitch on the way. It's fouled between the legs of Penner, and he's quickly down 0-2 in the count. And Gossman could pick up his second 3-pitch strikeout to Andrew Penner of the night, and it would be a huge one. Gossman starting to take a little more time before this next pitch, really have the sign he wants. The 0-2 towards Andrew Penner. Swinging strike 3. And the Grizzlies leave the bases loaded in the second. We head to the third, still scoreless from GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Well, as they've done many times this year, the Otters pitching and defense gets them out of a jam. This one with the bases loaded, they were able to get it done. And now, Otters back up to bat. Anthony Torres, Andy Armstrong, and Elijah McNamee due up. First pitch to Torres is a ball 1 high. In his first professional start just a couple weeks ago, Torres got his first hit. In his second professional start, he got his first multi-hit game, including his first home run, and has quickly become one of the most consistent defensive Otters in the infield. Very good there at third base. The 1-1. Swinging strike 2 has him back in the count. In fact, 2 different times in the Joliet series, Torres was not a starter, but he came in the 9th to help close out the game because he was the better defensive option. First-year pro, looking at a 1-2. Pushes one foul to the right side. It'll get high and out of play back towards the parking lot. Torres trying to kick off this 3rd inning with some sort of opportunity to get on base. He's clocking a .350 average at this point in the season. Pitch on the way towards him. Right back up the middle, down for a base hit, the first one for the Otters. Tell you what, it seems like it's these 7, 8, 9 hitters that just seem to come up when the Otters kind of need it most. Anthony Torres snagging his first hit of the series. It'll bring up the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. He had a multi-hit outing last night, and for him, it's just the 6th he's had all year, but they were hard hit balls. I mean, Armstrong is, at least to those of us who watch the Otters every game, he's known for his bunting. Can lay down some really nice ones, but it was his solid swinging of the bat that helped him out last night. Here comes a bunt right here. It's fouled off to the left side, got a bit too far underneath it. He was trying to surprise the third baseman. The kid, Brett Adcock, comes running out of the dugout to go after the foul ball over there. Adcock scheduled to pitch on Monday night. 0-1 is the count for the second baseman, Andy Armstrong, the former Oregon State Beaver. The 0-1 stays high and outside, and his count evens up. You know, other than, of course, we saw Julius Puryear and McKinley there on the Canadian road trip, every Otter that's played in a game has a home run except for Andy Armstrong this year. The 1-1 headed his way, just catches the outside edge for a called strike 2. And even though Torres has not played in a ton of games, already has a couple of multi-hit games, has a multi-RBI game already. He has been a lot of fun to watch develop very quickly. Armstrong's trying to bring him around. The 1-2. Good defensive swing there for Armstrong to extend the hands and foul one back into the netting, keep himself alive. One ball, 2 strikes for the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. There's a runner on first and no outs here in the top of the 3rd for the Otters. The 1-2. Sent high and foul to the right side. Will end up on the roof, actually. And will roll all the way down. So good work from Armstrong to keep himself alive in the count, keep battling back. Torres is the runner over there at first. Armstrong looking at a 1-2 count with no outs. Pitch on the way. Stays a bit high and maybe outside as well. And the count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Go to EvansvilleOtters.com/promotions. You can see all the exciting stuff that is planned for this week at Bosse Field. All kicks off Tuesday night as Schaumburg comes to town for the first time this season with Taco Tuesday. Got to come see Rally Taco. The 2-2, Torres is in motion. The hit to the left side, picked up by Rosario. He'll fire to first for 1 out. But because of the hit and run, Torres on safely, and there's not a double play opportunity there. Officially, it's a 5-3 fielder's choice as Torres gets himself to second. And we head back to the top of the order. And the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, right fielder Elijah McNamee. McNamee just had 1 hit last night. He led off the game with a hit, but then was caught stealing second. Of course, In his time at Mississippi State, he was known as Big Hit Mac. That nickname has followed him here at Evansville. A fan favorite. He brought a bunch of Mississippi State fans with him. I know you guys are listening here, as you guys do almost every single night. McNamee has a team high, and I haven't looked yet to see if it's a Frontier League high, but he has reached base in 34 straight games. And I guess that's me partly assuming that that's the highest in the Frontier League this year. I haven't got to look through the entire league yet to see if anyone's close. Torrellas is out there on second. McNamee standing at the plate, looking at an 0-1 count. Pitch on the way. Zoom to the right side, through for a base hit. They're going to round Torrellas around third. The throw will not go home, and it's the first run of the game in favor of the Otters. Anthony Torrellas scoring from second on an RBI single from Big Hit Mac, Elijah McNamee. Boy, has Elijah McNamee become a clutch time hitter, and maybe that's why he's earned himself into the Edward Jones leadoff spot a couple times. RBI single brings home Torrellas, and the Otters lead by 1 in the top of the third. That brings up another dangerous hitter, the designated hitter Zach Bierman. He struck out his first time up, looking for a little redemption. First option towards him. Way up high, ball 1. McNamee is known for trying those stolen bases. Of course, we saw it yesterday. Might see it now with the Otters up a run. 1-0 count. Pitch going home to Bierman. Hefty swing on a pitch low and away, and count evens up at a ball and a strike. One ball, one strike. Zach Bierman ready at the plate. Pitch coming home towards him. Lets it go by, and it comes across the middle of the zone for a called strike 2. Pretty good size lead over there at first for McNamee. Zach Bierman looking at a 1-2 count with 1 out. Otters already have a 1-0 lead. A pitch high and inside, a check swing for Bierman, evens the count at 2-2. Defense is playing for a pull hit from Bierman. The right fielder Bernard is standing on the warning track out there in right. The 2-2 for Zach Bierman. Lifts one out towards left center field. Very shallow left center field as Diaz will drop back and make the catch for out number 2. That'll bring up the hard-hitting first baseman Steven Sinsley. Sinsley enters the game with his season-high 16-game on-base streak. But he's been without hits in his last couple games. He had a 2-home run game back in the Otters' final game at Florence last week. First offering to him stays a bit high for ball 1. Sinsley, one of multiple Otters with 9 home runs, all falling behind Zach Bierman, who's got 13. McNamee with a much smaller lead than he had earlier. Now takes the extra half step. 1-0 count to Steven Sinsley. Pitch works low and inside, and Sinsley extends his lead in the count to 2-0. And once again, we see Sinsley facing a big shift in the infield. The second baseman, Achenbaugh, playing a shallow right field. The 2-0. That one is foul tipped into the helmet of Pritchard. The count's at 2-1. If Sinsley can find a way on base, J.R. Davis is waiting on deck. Otters have scored 1 run on 2 hits here in the 3rd inning. Trying to add to it. The hefty hitting Steven Sinsley steps back up, looking at a 2-1 count. Wide open stance. Pitch stays low, and he's ahead 3-1 in the count now. And I almost guarantee you he will have the 3-1 green lights, and he will take it. The pitch has to be really outside for him to let it go. 3 balls, 1 strike to Steven Sinsley. Pitch is on the way. Stays high, ball 4. There's runners on first and second for the Otters. So McNamee moves to second. Sinsley works his way to first with the walk, and now J.R. Davis heads to the plate. 0 for 1 thus far with a strange ground out in his first one. He thought he fouled it off his foot, but the pitcher, Justin Farrell, grabbed the pitch and threw it over to first. Everyone was a bit confused, and it was a ground out. Same thing we saw last night, except it happened to the Grizzlies. Quick discussion at the mound between Pritchard and Farrell. They've concluded it, and we're ready for the first pitch to J.R. Davis. Davis has runners at first and second in front of him with 2 outs. Trying to extend this 3rd inning for the Otters, where they've already taken a lead. First pitch. Sent foul back into the netting to the right side. And quickly down 0-1 in the count is J.R. Davis. Davis is a consistent bat for the Otters, batting .294. Davis ready at the plate. The 0-1 is on the way. Catches the zone on the high outside corner, and Davis falls back in the count 0-2. Of course, because of the certain nights off, the Otters have 3 men available in there or on their bench this evening if needed. Brody Tanksley, the catcher, center fielder Miles Gordon, as well as catcher Justin Felix, all 3 available if need be off the bench. Count stays low, and the count, or now it's at where the ball stays low. It's count at 1-2. There's 2 outs, 1-2 count for J.R. Davis. Runners on first and second, trying to extend this 3rd inning for the Otters. The 1-2 sent out towards right field. Chasing over is Bernard. Extends his arm and brings it in for out number 3. We head to the bottom half of the 3rd. Otters lead by 1 here on the Otters Digital Network. Ready to go for the bottom of the third inning. Austin Gossman and the Otters return to the field, now with a one-run lead after an RBI single from big hit Mac Elijah McNamee. Gossman ready to throw towards Isaac Bernard, the right fielder. Pitch on the way. Called strike one on the inside edge. Fastball there from Austin Gossman. Bernard is 1 for 1 in the game with a single back in the first. He was stranded there at first, however. The 0-1. Swinging strike two. Bernard way out in front of the off-speed pitch there. Defense playing pretty much straight up all the way around. 0-2 is ready for Isaac Bernard. Gossman ready to go. Kicks and delivers. Swinging strike three and make it 4 German American Bank strikeouts on the game for Austin Gossman. It'll bring up the left fielder Jay Prather. Defense stays straight up for him. Great chance to ask y'all out there, if you're tuning into the Otters this evening, where are you tuning in from? Got a player you're looking out for this evening, or are you just here to support the Otters? Hope you're enjoying your holiday weekend, and we're glad that you're spending part of it here with us on the Otters Digital Network. Prather starts with a foul ball to the left side. Oh, 1 is the count for Jay Prather. Flew out to left field his first time up. That was the second out in the first inning. 0-1 on the way. Works high inside and able to get out of the way is Prather. And because of it, his count evens up. Has seemed that the crowd has started to fill in a little bit more since first pitch. Kind of looked like the rain was going to hit us again today. It rained here from about 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. almost nonstop. The 1-1. This one sent foul to the left side. A pitch worked high inside, and Prather looked like he was just trying to defend himself with that swing. Falls back in the count 1-2, however. Defense is playing with their outside infielders towards the edge, and the inside infielders playing straight up. Big gap up the middle, however. The 1-2 to Prather. This one's pushed to the left side. Torrales diving and makes the catch. Oh my goodness. Leaping in the air and hauling down the foul ball for out number 2. And yet again, an Otters infielder has made their case for the Frontier League top 10 plays of the week. That will bring up the second baseman, Trevor Achenbaugh. Achenbaugh's first time up was a line out to right field. McNamee didn't have to work too hard to go over and grab it. First pitch to him in this at-bat. Works a bit outside for ball 1. Achenbaugh entered the day holding the lead in the Frontier League in home runs, 1 above Zach Bierman. The 1-0, a half swing. And yet it stays low for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes for Trevor Achenbaugh, the second baseman this evening. The righty's ready to go in the box. The right-handed pitcher, Austin Gossman, kicks and delivers. 2-0, catches the zone on the high outside corner. Good work there from Gossman. Gossman ready for the 2-1. Pitch on the way. Called strike 2. Another pitch on the outside edge. And he's right there on the verge of his 5th strikeout of the game. Two count for Trevor Achenbaugh. Bases empty with 2 outs. Gossman sends it home. Zoomed foul to the left side. Gets quite the bounce off the side wall. In fact, George Khalil's going to have to make a play out there at short on the foul ball. So the count remains at 2-2 for Trevor Achenbaugh. Still no one on. Still 2 outs. Wind has pretty much died down this evening. We had a little bit pushing out towards center field earlier. Gossman has his sign for the 2-2, and he sends it home. Lifted foul the other way now to the first base side. And because of it all, the count remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gossman starting to take a couple extra seconds between some of his pitches here. Working towards 50 pitches now. The 2-2. That one's fouled into Phillips behind home plate. And the count remains at 2-2 after a 3rd consecutive foul off. Otters have everyone pretty much straight up except for Jeffrey Baez out there in center field. He's maybe 20 feet over to the left side. Two the count. Pitch is headed home. And again, a foul off right back behind home plate. 4 straight foul offs from Trevor Achenbaugh, really keeping himself alive. Down there at third, Torres is playing very close to the left field line. 2-2 again. The count's Achenbaugh after 4 straight foul offs. This one works way outside for ball 3, and the count's full. A good outing thus far for Gossman, but his pitch count is starting to work up. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Achenbaugh. Gossman trying to close this out. The full count pitch again fouled off to the left side. Ends up in the Otters dugout. This is the 6th foul ball of this at-bat alone. And we're ready for the 11th pitch of the at-bat. Three balls, 2 strikes. Gossman kicks and delivers. Sent towards Khalil on 2 hops. He will make the throw to first. Not in time, and it was a bit high as well. Sinsley stepped off the base. And that will result in a man over at first. It'll bring up now Clint Freeman, the first baseman. It'll be credited towards George Khalil. Another error in the book for him, but his first one in some time. Freeman at the dish now. He had a big home run in last night's game. Back-to-back games now with home runs for him. Gossman ready to deliver on the first pitch to the first baseman, Freeman. Works a bit outside for ball 1. Otters are playing fairly deep around the infield. Just want to make sure they grab the out. 1-0 the count. Pitch on the way from Gossman. It's lifted out towards left center field. Long run for Davis. It'll drop in front of him for a base hit. So after 7 different opportunities with a 2-strike count, Gossman couldn't close out Achenbach, and now he's given up back-to-back base runners. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Cesar Trejo. He reached on a single in the second, but was stranded at third as part of the bases loaded scenario. Trejo digs in. A righty facing the righty Gossman. First pitch. Zoomed out into center field. Baez a little drop in front of him. They're going to round the runner towards home. The throw to the plate. In time to the catch. No, he missed the tag. Another awesome throw from Jeffrey Baez, but Phillips cannot make the tag, and the game is tied at 1. Baez ever so close to his 4th outfield assist of the year. He will have to wait. Phillips had to run a bit forward to go grab that ball, and by the time he got to it, the swinging arm was a bit too short. So the game is tied at 1. There's still runners on first and second. And that long at-bat to Achenbach that Gossman couldn't find a way to close out now comes back to haunt the Otters. First pitch to Abdiel Diaz. Called strike 1 right down the middle. Decent lead at both first and second for Trejo and Freeman. 0-1 is the count. Gossman sends it home. Showing bunt was Diaz. He pulled away, but it was called strike 2, and he's now down to his last strike in the inning. Trejo at first, Freeman at second. There's 2 outs and 2 strikes to Abdiel Diaz. Gossman sends it home, way outside for ball 1. The right idea just got away from Gossman. And in all reality, Gossman could have got himself out of this inning right at about 50, maybe 45 pitches. Instead, he's going to be working well over 60 after the 3rd inning ends. The 1-0. Zoom to the right side. Sinsley makes the play on the slide. The throw over to Gossman's in time for out number 3, but not before a run scores with 2 outs. It's an unearned run, but nevertheless, it ties the game at 1 run apiece. We head to the 4th, tied at 1. And we're ready for the top of the fourth inning. Otters surrender their lead they had just picked up. I tell you what, Gossman had done everything he needed to do to grab the third out of that inning, but lost a battle, a 12-pitch battle to Trevor Achenbaugh on an error from George Khalil. That allowed the next two runners to get base hits, and Trejo brought in a run, tying the game at a run apiece. The fourth will start with Jeffrey Baez, Phillips, and Khalil. First pitch is a bit high for ball one. Jeffrey Baez grounded out his first time up, playing in game number 900 of his professional career this evening. The 1-0 towards him. Another curveball works outside, and he's ahead 2-0 in the count. Baez was honored at the last homestand for hitting his 100th career home run back at Schaumburg. The 2-0. Zoomed towards center field. Pinner towards the wall. Gone! That ball blasted to straight center field by Jeffrey Baez. It probably would have cleared the wall at Bossy. Doesn't matter here, though. It's a solo home run for Jeffrey Baez in game 900 for him. Just like that, the Otters retake the lead. And the 2.5 rows of Otters fans supporting their guys down there behind the dugout. And just like that, the game is right back in favor of the Otters. Lost a lot of momentum in that bottom half of the third, stole it right back. That will bring up the catcher, Dakota Phillips, who walked in his first opportunity, was stranded at first, however. First pitch nearly hits him in the ankle. He has to jump out of the way for ball one. The entire defense is shifted just a tiny bit to the right side. Achenbaugh, like he's done most of the day, playing a shallow right field. A called strike one, catches the inside edge of the plate against Dakota Phillips. Phillips looking at a 1-1 count now. Farrell quickly thrown it home. Stays low for ball two. Phillips has had a tough time this year with stability. I mean, he never knows if he's going to be the catcher on a certain day or the DH or the third baseman or even the first baseman a couple times this year. He's just kind of bounced around. A 2-1. That one works high inside. He just barely clips the ball. It goes foul back into the netting. And a couple of raindrops are starting to come down here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Phillips is taking his time working back into the box. It does look like for the next couple hours we could have some rain here from Soje. A 2-2 stays high. For the second straight at bat, Dakota Phillips has worked himself into a full count. Three balls, two strikes to the catcher, Dakota Phillips. Farrell kicks and delivers. Stays low, and it's the second walk of the day for Dakota Phillips. And that will cause a discussion up there on the bump for Gateway. Otters retook the lead here in the fourth with a solo home run by Jeffrey Baez to straightaway center field. And it looks like they actually asked for the trainer to come out as well. So I wonder what they're going to take a look at here. Must have been something that they saw. They're actually looking at the catcher, Jackson Pritchard. They're looking at his neck as if maybe he took a ball off a bat and into his neck area. Raindrops starting to come down a little bit more frequently now as this next round of rain gets ready to move in. The coaching staff and trainers have seen whatever they need, and they're heading back towards the dugout. Seems all is well. So George Khalil, the Australian shortstop, makes his way to the plate now. Struck out his first time up. Looking to bounce back with something better here. He's got a runner on first with no outs. Third baseman Rosario is playing for the bunt. He's probably 4 or 5 feet into the infield dirt or infield grass over there. 1 ball, no strikes to George Khalil. Phillips has a small lead at first. Khalil zooms one out towards mid-center field. Pinner gets underneath it and brings it in for the first out of the inning. Phillips will retreat back to first, and now the rain starts to come down a little more consistently. Well, it was another instance where Khalil got solid contact, but just a bit unlucky with the exact placement of his contact and ends up flying out. That will bring up the third baseman, Anthony Torrellas, who had himself a unreal catch earlier in this game. First pitch is on the way. It's outside for ball 1. Torrellas got himself a single back in the third, came around to score the game's first run. First pitch is a called strike one on the outside edge. Farrell waiting a little bit more before this next pitch. 1-1 the count. And the pitch is on the way home. A half swing by Torrellas. He lets it go. 4 ball 2 on the outside edge. So he steps back in now. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch on the way home. Called strike 2. Torrellas doesn't really agree with that. He winces afterwards. Two the counts. The pitch is zooming home. This one's fouled to the left side. Rosario will pick it up. Played a second for 1, and then he slid into. And immediately, Phillips is trying to apologize. He said he didn't mean to. That's one of those plays where Achenbach was set up in that place that if Phillips wants to slide into, there wasn't really another path around. Well, it'll be a 5-4 fielder's choice that allows Torrellas to reach. So that will bring up the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. He grounded out on a fielder's choice his first time up as well. First pitch is sent back into the netting. Tell you what, Torrellas got a huge jump over there at first. No ball, 1 strike to Andy Armstrong. Long wait by Farrell. Pitch is on the way. Armstrong pushes it out and down for a base hit in right field. Rounding second's going to be Torrellas, and there's runners on the corners with 2 outs here in the 4th. Good base running there from Torrellas to keep the wheels a-moving. And it's the first base hit of the game for Armstrong. He just laid it out over there in right field. I mean, some right fielders would probably try to rush in and pull that one out of the sky. Probably a smart play by Bernard to just cut it off. Don't want to give up another run. That will bring up Elijah McNamee, who had an RBI single his last time up, and he's in order for another one here. Pitch on the way. McNamee sends it back into the netting behind home plate. Armstrong, that's why I thought of him, got himself a big jump over there at first. McNamee scored Torales' last time up, except the last time he scored him from second. This time, only 90 feet separates Torales and an extra run. 0-1 count to big hit Mac. 2 outs, runners on the corners. Farrell sends the pitch home. This one sent down the third base line, picked up by Rosario. The long throw across in time, and that will be out number 3. Otters cannot add another one to their lead, but they do take the lead back on a monster home run from Jeffrey Baez. We head to the bottom half of the 4th. Otters lead by 1. Down to the bottom of the 4th inning we go. Otters retake their lead on a monster solo home run from Jeffrey Baez to lead off that 4th. It's 2-1 Otters as Austin Gossman and the Otters return to the field of play. They will face Pritchard, Rosario, and Pinner here in the 4th. The 3 have combined for just 1 opportunity on base, a walk from Rosario. Pritchard and Pinner have combined for 3 strikeouts, however. First pitch for Jackson Pritchard. On the way, hefty swinging strike 1. Tell you what, he loaded up on that swing. Pritchard has a wide open stance, but most of his weight is on that back foot as his left foot is just barely touching the ground. Then he takes a big step forward on his swing. The 0-1. Hefty swing. He was just behind the fastball from Gossman. And it's an 0-2 count quickly. Oh, 2 counts. The wide open stance has gone away now. And it's fouled back into the netting behind home plate. Count remains at 0-2. Another look at the radar for you. It does look like we're going to be in and out of some rain for the next 2 or 3 hours. 0-2 once again. Check swing. They say no, he did not go. So the count extends to 1-2. Gossman's still ahead. The 1-2 to Pritchard. Swinging strike 3. He was a bit ahead of it and tried to slow his swing down mid-swing. He sits down with the 5th German-American Bank strikeout of the day for Austin Gossman. Gossman has 3 outings this year with 4 strikeouts, 3 outings this year with 7 strikeouts. And of course, last year he was 6th in the entire Frontier League in strikeouts with 101. He was part of that Otters pitching staff that shattered the Frontier League single-season record by a pitching staff. First pitch to Rosario. Called strike right down the middle with the fastball. Gossman ready for an 0-1 pitch towards Jose Rosario. Pitch is on the way, and it's way outside for ball one, evens the count at 1-1. Just like we've seen all year with Gossman, some walks have worked up his pitch count rather quickly in this game. Getting ready to throw his 70th pitch of the outing. We're only in the fourth inning. Otters have to manage the pitching staff a little bit more than usual in a weekend series as there is no Monday off day this week. The 1-1 to Rosario. Hefty swinging strike two. And he falls back in the count to 1-2. A reminder, no off day this week on Monday. The team stays here in Gateway for two more games this weekend. Tomorrow night, 6:45. Monday night, 6:45. Then they come back home to Bosse Field for a 6-game homestand. Lots of fun promotions planned this week. The 1-2 to Rosario. Swinging strike three. Was it caught? Yes, it was. And it's back-to-back German-American Bank strikeouts for Austin Gossman. He's got 6. Rosario was saying that it bounced off the ground and then into the glove of Phillips. And now the head man for Gateway, Steve Brook, is stating his opinion as well, saying that it bounced into the ground before it was grabbed by Phillips. And once again, we're going to see the umpires have a quick meeting. Second time this evening we've seen them have a quick discussion over things. If it stands, it's the 6th strikeout of the game for Austin Gossman. And the first one of the game for Jose Rosario. Quick discussion. They call a strikeout. Therefore, Rosario at the plate. He disagrees, as does Steve Brook, the third base coach and manager of this Gateway team. But unfortunately now the complaints won't make any difference. Call stands, and there's 2 outs, nobody on, as Andrew Pinner heads to the plate. 2 strikeouts to his name so far today. 0 for 2. First pitch to Pinner from Gossman is on the way, and it's a ball 1 on the low inside corner. One 0 the count for Pinner, the former Evansville Otter, facing his former team tonight. The 1-0. Swinging strike one evens his count. Stadium lights doing all the work here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark now. One ball, one strike to Andrew Pinner. Called strike two on the outside edge. Phillips just about overthrows his pitcher, Austin Gossman, up there. Gossman stands 5'10" on the mound and looks much shorter than that sometimes. And the catcher, Phillips, might have been expecting a throwback to some of this pitching staff that's well over 6'4". A 1-2 zoomed out to left field. Davis carrying back towards the wall. It's off the wall in left center field. Baez will pick it up in center, and it's a stand-up double for Andrew Pinner with 2 outs. It's Pinner's second double in as many nights. He had one in the leadoff hole last night. So with that, Isaac Bernard will head to the plate. The right fielder is 1 for 2. A single in the first, a strikeout in the third. He's got 27 RBIs on the season thus far. Could add one to it with something into the outfield here. Pinner is a good runner out there at second. Pitch on the way. Sent to the left side. Khalil picks it up. The throw over to first on the run is in time, and the Otters get out of the inning despite a 2-out double. We head to the 5th inning. Otters lead 2-1. Happy that you're joining us here on your July 4th weekend. We're into the top of the 5th inning, and the Otters lead by a run after the solo home run from Jeffrey Baez last inning. Retook that lead. Here in the 5th, we're going to see Zach Bierman, Steven Sinsley, and J.R. Davis. One of them can get on. Jeffrey Baez will have another shot. First pitch is a breaking ball up high. It goes by Bierman for ball 1. Bierman had a strikeout in the first and a weird pop out to the shortstop his next time up. A big swinging strike 1 evens his count at a ball and a strike now. The 1-1. Bierman gets underneath it, sends it back foul, and it's going to get out of play. Count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. So 1-2 the count to Zach Bierman. Stays low, and the count evens up at 2-2 for Bierman. Two-two count for Zach Bierman. Farrell took a step off before the next pitch. The 2-2 stays high, maybe eye level on the off-speed pitch there. Bierman's looking at a full count. Defense is pulled to the right side a little bit for Zach Bierman. The 3-2. Swinging strike 3, and it's the second strikeout for Zach Bierman on the day, as well as the third of the day for Justin Farrell. It'll bring up the first baseman, Steven Sinsley, 0 for 1 with a flyout and a walk thus far. Sinsley batting .280 and entering the game. Looking for his first base hit in a few games. The off-speed falls in a bit inside for ball 1. With 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch is on the way home for Sinsley. It's a called strike 1, evening the count up. Sinsley steps right back in. Counts evened up on him. 1-1 with 1 out and nobody on. Watches a 1-1 stay high and maybe outside as well. 2-1 the count. Sinsley looking at a 2-1 count. Pitch is on the way towards him. He check swings and it goes off the knob of the bat into the dugout of the Otters. But the count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Would have been ball 3 had he not made contact with the knob, of course. And he's got to be a bit defensive now. The 2-2. The first baseman, Sinsley, and he fouls one right back into the netting. Count remains 2-2. Does seem like, at least for right now, the rain has passed over. Of course, there is some more. Looks like it could hit in the next hour or so. The 2-2. Right back up the middle, over the shortstop and down for a 1-out base hit for Steven Sinsley. His first base hit in 4 games. He definitely needed that one. That will bring up the left fielder J.R. Davis, who's 0 for 2 thus far and looking for his opportunity to snag a base hit. Davis's last base hit came back on the 29th of June when Joliet was in town to face the Otters. He had a 3-hit game, all 3 singles. First pitch to J.R. Davis of this at-bat. Works high inside, almost catches him in the helmet. He just spins out of the way. He has had an awful time in this game. The first time at the plate, he thought he fouled one off his foot, but instead they said it was a fair ball, and he was out at first without even running down there. The next time he had a fly out to right field that finished, maybe a foot short of a home run that was caught. Looking at a 1-0 as he fouls a pitch to the right side off towards the concourse over there. The count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Defenses in double play positions as Davis steps in for a 1-1 pitch. Just 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. Otters have scored in 2 straight innings. Pitch stays high. The count's at 2-1 now. It does look like there is now action working in the bullpen for the Grizzlies down there in right field. 2-1 is the count for J.R. Davis. Pitches on the way. Zooms one out towards left center field. Pinner back towards the wall on the warning track. Hauls it in for out number 2. J.R. Davis hits a ball as far as you possibly can at this ballpark and still be put down on a fly out. Launched that one out there, but the thick air here with the rain we had all day probably didn't help that one fly much. So it's just out 2. Jeffrey Baez now up to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on first. His last time up, he had a solo home run to dead center field. Baez steps in, ready for his first pitch of this at-bat. It's a pitch high and outside for ball 1. Baez on the day 1 for 2, a ground out back in the 2nd inning, and then of course that home run in the 4th. 1-0 the count to Jeffrey Baez. Watches another pitch come across just inside for ball 2. Baez has been one of the Otters that has struggled to stay very consistent, but once he gets on a little hot streak, they're very good when they're active. He fouls a 2-1 pitch out of the glove of catcher Jackson Pritchard. But regardless, it's still strike one. He's still ahead in the count 2-1, however. Two balls, one strike to Jeffrey Baez. Pitch is coming home towards him. Sent on the ground towards Diaz. He'll pick it up. The throw on the run to first is in time for out number 3. And after the top of the 5th, the Otters still lead this one 2-1 here from Soje. Getting set up for the bottom of the 5th inning here from Soje, where the Otters lead 2-1. Unable to score in the top half of the 5th inning and unable to extend their lead. They will face off against the 3-4-5 hitters of Jay Prather, Trevor Achenbaugh, and Clint Freeman here in the 5th inning. Each of the 3 have picked up some interesting plays in this game. Prather's last time up, he fouled out to the left side where Torrelos went jumping and diving into the air to make a nice catch over there. First pitch to him here, outside ball 1. The fastball from Gossman just got away from him. One ball, no strikes towards Prather. Gossman ready to go and fires home. Stays a bit low and he's behind the count 2-0. There is still an arm warming up out there in right field for the Grizzlies. Possible that we see a change as we head to the top of the 6th. Looks like our next round of rain could be here any second. A 2-0 bounces in, and it's a 3-0 count. And believe it or not, a Let's Go Otters chants breaking out here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Love to hear it. The 3-0, called strike 1. Defense is set up straight up on a 3-1 count to Jay Prather. The Otter faithful in attendance trying to get behind their man, Austin Gossman. Pitch on the way. Sent on the ground towards Sensley at first. He makes a sliding grab to throw to first in time to Gossman. What a grab from Sensley over at first. He's got a big smile on his face after that one. And It's 1 out here. So the second baseman, Trevor Achenbaugh, heads to the plate. He reached on an error in the third inning, came around to score a couple batters later. Right now, that's the only run allowed by Austin Gossman. A tough play. And it looks like the rain is starting to drop once again. First pitch, Achenbaugh zoomed down the left field line, down for a base hit. Long run for Davis, and it looks like it gets out of play. It does get out of play up the tunnel down there. So it's a ground rule double for Achenbaugh with 1 out. Looks like J.R. Davis went and found it, tossed it into the kids. So that'll bring up Clint Freeman, the first baseman. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out so far in the game. There's not much he could do that wouldn't help out here, at least move the runner. Gossman has to make sure, though, that the runner does not make it to third before the out is acquired. First pitch to Freeman. Stays a bit high for ball 1. Possible we could see an arm start warming for the Otters if another man reached here. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch is on the way. Works outside yet again, 2-0 the count. The defense is set out, way out in the deepest parts of their infield, just trying to make sure they can grab an out. 2-0 count here. Pitch is on the way. Works high inside, and Gossman's down 3-0 in the count. So Freeman is 100% in the driver's seat right now. Gossman ready on the 3-0. Fires at home. It's high and outside, ball 4. There's runners on first and second, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Otter start to warm up now. Achenbaugh's double doesn't mean as much now. Runners on first and second with 1 out. The bright side is the double play is back in order. Cesar Trejo, the designated hitter for these Grizzlies, due up now. 2 for 2 with 2 singles. 1 has an RBI attached to it. Still no movement in the Otters bullpen. Putting their trust in Gossman. First pitch in, on the way. Called strike 1 on the low edge. Trejo has had a good game thus far, and Gossman's trying to make sure that it ends here. The 0-1 towards Trejo. Called strike 2 on the high outside edge. He wasn't too happy with it. Gossman is potentially a pitch away from grabbing his second out. Runners on first and second, 1 out for Gateway. As the 0-2 comes home to Trejo. Bounces in, gets away from Phillips. He's going to throw out to second. It looks in time. Is it? Yes, it is. Great throw from Phillips out to second to at least get one of the runners. Great work from Phillips to get over to that ball, get the throw off. And he does look, it looks like that ball might have gone off of his throwing hands because he is in a lot of pain coming up. He threw that on a hand that's not feeling well. Regardless, Achenbaugh is going to advance on the pass ball, but Freeman is caught advancing. And now, potentially, the Grizzlies are one strike away from this opportunity being pulled out from underneath them. The 1-2, pushed out to the right side. Looks foul, is foul. Way out there to the grill area in right field. Count stays at 1-2. So the count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes to Cesar Trejo. He steps back in. 1-2 count. Gossman, one pitch away from potentially ending this inning. The 1-2 stays just a bit high. Good take there from Trejo. He knew all the way. Two-two count with 2 outs and a runner on third. Gossman desperately needs to grab this last out and keep the Otters lead. Trejo's going to call time and step out. Gossman really taking a couple extra seconds for this next pitch. Otters have a 1-run lead. Trejo has a 2-2 count. Gossman has his sign. Fires home on the 2-2. Swinging strike 3, gets away from Phillips. He's going to throw over to first. It's a low throw, but it's grabbed in time, and the inning ends. Great work from the Otters there to once again shut down Gateway. They still lead 2-1. To the top of the 6th we go, and a new arm on the mound for Gateway. They'll bring on Lucas Weinbergs. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Weinbergs on the mound. Pritchard behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Due up in the half inning for the Otters, Dakota Phillips, George Khalil, and Anthony Torrelas. Phillips thus far has walked both times. He was stranded on first one time and was part of a fielder's choice play the second time. Looks like an arm is starting to warm out there in left field for the Otters. I believe it's Jacob Bowles. I don't think there's another bullpen arm that wears the socks up high like that. So Phillips is stepping in shortly after making a rock solid throw out to second in the last half inning to snag a runner. First pitch to him. Way inside, ball 1. I think he started all 3 of his at-bats now with a pitch low and inside near his feet. 1-0 the count. Long wait. Sent home. And way ahead of it was Phillips. Sends it into the netting to the right side. Count evens at 1-1. Weinberg's taking his time between pitches. He's looking at a 1-1 count for Dakota Phillips. Phillips takes a strike of the high inside corner. He's down 1-2. One ball, two strikes to the catcher, Dakota Phillips. Long wait for Weinberg's. Pitch is on the way on the 1-2. Outside, ball 2. Mentioned a couple of finals. Schaumburg defeated Florence 8-7. In game 1 of the doubleheader, Washington defeated Lake Erie. But a couple games have gone finals since then. The Jackals defeat the Sussex County Miners in the battle for New Jersey 6-3. New York defeats Ottawa 6-5 at home. And Tri-City defeats Empire State at home 9-4. Ball sent over the head of the shortstop and down into deep left field. And it's going to be a leadoff single for Dakota Phillips to start off this 6th inning. Strong hit there from Phillips. And for Phillips, it's enough to extend the hit streak to 4 games. Brings up George Khalil, who on the day is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. His flyout was very deep, however. Runner on first, of course, is Phillips. Khalil at the plate now. The third baseman, Rosario, is stepping way in, expecting the bunt. First pitch to Khalil. He bunts to the right side. The play is going to be a tag on his way to first. They retire him on a 3 unassisted, but it's a sacrifice bunt that moves Phillips. That'll bring up the third baseman, Anthony Torres, who has a single and reach on a fielder's choice so far in this game. Came around to score the Otters' first run of the game. But it's possible that Torres' 2 at-bats are not even the highlight of his day. Great defensive play over there on the left side of foul territory. Once again, Rosario playing in. And the first pitch is up high, ball 1. A couple more scores for you on the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard. Trois-Rivières leads Quebec 5-2 in the battle for Quebec. They're playing at the Capitales this weekend. Washington is leading Lake Erie 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th, game 2 of that doubleheader. A 1-0. Torres halfway goes around. They say yes, he did, and his count evens up. Windy City currently trailing Joliet in the battle for Chicago, 6-4 in favor of the Slammers in the 7th inning. Then, of course, our game, which will be the final one to complete this evening, 2-1 in favor of the Otters. The 1-1 on its way to Torres. A half check swing, and it stays too high. It's ball 2. Torres does not use any batting gloves at the plate. Phillips is a quick enough runner that if something gets put in the outfield, he might be able to score. A 2-1. Torres lifts it up towards deep right field. Bernard is underneath it, brings it in for out number 2, and Phillips will not advance. He almost gets tagged on the check back in there. He looks like he's hurt. He's immediately rolling around down there, grabbing at his arm. Andy McCauley will run out. Doc Martin will run out. And the trainer, Mandy Flagg, will run out there. He dove in with that left arm. That's immediately what he grabbed at. He was safe on a very close play, but he is not feeling good now. We'll take a break and let them attend to him. Otters still lead 2-1. There's 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. They're checking on Dakota Phillips out at second right now. And we welcome you back inside GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Phillips is coming off the field of play after a long check with Doc Martin and Mandy Flagg. And as expected, Justin Felix is going to come out and pinch run, and he will likely take over as catcher as well. Very scary play here, as that would be a huge member to lose for the Otters. Looked like Phillips was favoring his left arm. Not sure if it was a wrist or a finger or what it was exactly. So Justin Felix going to take over as the catcher this evening. Taking a couple of warm-up pitches to keep himself loose is Lucas Weinbergs. He's ready to go now with 2 outs and Anthony Torrellas at the plate. The first pitch to Armstrong is a bit outside for ball 1. Looks like we will be seeing a new pitcher for the Otters whenever they come back out to play defense. Looks like Jacob Bowles down there. The 1-0 to Armstrong. Zoomed out to left field, chasing back is Prather towards the warning track. He's right there, and it's off the top of the wall. 1 run's going to score on a double from Andy Armstrong, ever so close to his first home run of the season. He'll have to wait a little longer, but the Otters take an extra run lead on a long double hit by Andy Armstrong. Huge RBI for Andy Armstrong, scores Justin Felix from second. And that will bring up big hit Mac, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Elijah McNamee, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the third. Right now, his RBI single is the first run of the game. First pitch to him, low outside, ball 1. Much quicker legs out there at second right now in the form of Andy Armstrong. Just about anything into the outfield, McCauley's going to send him home. The 1-0 stays just a bit high right at the elbows. And McNamee ahead 2-1 in the count. The entire defense is pulled towards the left side. In fact, the second baseman, Achenbaugh, is playing almost right above second. The 2-0, McNamee thinks about going around, but it's a called strike. A count or a decision he doesn't really love. So Felix has been used at this point in the game. There are still 2 bench players available for the Otters if they're needed. Brody Tanksley, also a catcher, as well as Miles Gordon, a center fielder. The 2-1 to Elijah McNamee on the way. High outside, ball 3. If McNamee could get on, Zach Bierman is on deck. Three balls, 1 strikes to Elijah McNamee. Big play here as the Otters could extend their lead even further. And McNamee's going to call time. Once again, Achenbaugh playing really close to second, so there's a huge gap to the right side. A reminder, most of McNamee's hits to the outfield go to right center. The 3-1 works high inside. McNamee is going to earn himself a walk, and the inning continues. That will bring up the designated hitter, Zach Bierman, who's 0 for 3. But first, a discussion is needed up on the mound for these Grizzlies. There's no one warming up right now for him. But yet again, Steve Brooks going to make a walk out there. The inning started with a single for Dakota Phillips. Then Khalil bunted him to second. Anthony Torrellas flew out to right field, and there was a close play on the check back at Phillips at second. As Phillips dove into second, he did something to the left hand. Looked like he might have jammed a finger or a wrist or something, and he is now making his way to the clubhouse down the left field line with the athletic trainer Mandy Flagg and Doc Martin, who happens to be on the trip with the Otters as well this weekend. Mark Martin and Mandy Flagg trying to see what they can do for the Otters catcher this evening. Justin Felix will take over from here on out behind the plate. Otters lead 3-1. Zach Bierman with a huge RBI chance to extend the Otters lead even further. Time is needed real quick while they still get Dakota Phillips into the dugout over there. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Zach Bierman at the plate looking for his first base hit of the game. Boy, would this be a great time to grab it. The first one zoomed down the right field line, but foul. Tell you what, he got all of that. And it looks like a concession worker has themselves a souvenir. Zach Bierman just a tad bit ahead of that ball. If he had waited a split second shorter, this would have 3 more runs on the board. 0-1 towards Bierman. Way outside. Count evens up. Rightfully so for Weinbergs. Was a bit worried to put one near the plate. McNamee's there at first. Armstrong's out at second. The 1-1 to Bierman. Still works outside. 2-1 the count. Would not be surprised if we don't see another pitch on the inside half of the plate of this whole at-bat. 2-1 count to Zach Bierman. Pitch is on the way. Hefty swing on a low inside pitch. Caught him expecting the fastball, and it's a 2-2. Now a breeze starting to blow out towards right center field for the first time in, probably 3 or 4 innings. 2-2 is the count to Zach Bierman, trying to extend this lead for the Otters. The 2-2. That one sent back towards us here up at the press box, and it stays 2-2 for Zach Bierman. Hasn't been as efficient of a 2-strike batter in the last couple of weeks, but that was one of the things that really set him aside in this league. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Zach Bierman. Pitch is on the way. Right back up the middle. Will it get through? Picked up by Diaz. The throw to first in time. That is a huge out for the Grizzlies. And after the top of the 6th, the Otters are unable to extend their lead past the 1 run that was driven in by Armstrong. They lead 3-1 after 5.5. As we go to the top of the sixth, the ball goes from one Screaming Eagle to another. The former University of Southern Indiana pitcher Jacob Bulls takes to the mound for Evansville. This call to bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Bulls on the mound. Felix now behind the plate. Pitcher Catcher Battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. Bulls last appeared in the middle game of the Joliet series back on Wednesday. He gave up 1 run on 3 hits and 1 2/3 innings. He found quite a few strikeouts as well. Going to have to keep an eye on how things go behind the plate as well, as Justin Felix is catching his first inning of baseball in this game after subbing in for Phillips, who was injured on that last play. This would be the first real setback the Otters have had with an injury if Phillips is to hit the IL. The only other one that's mattered or has been that big is probably Austin Gossman these last couple weeks. Abdiel Diaz kicks things off for the Grizzlies here in the sixth. First pitch to him is a ball just high and outside from Bulls. Bulls pitches out of the windup, but it starts out as a stretch. He'll sometimes take a long step backwards. Sometimes it's a very quick step backwards. You never know what you're going to get from him. 2-0 is the count. He's also one that very often, if there's a runner at second or third, he will continue to pitch out of the windup. The 2-0 on the way home. Called strike one. That one did look a bit outside as well. But it's the first pitch of the at-bat, the first pitch of the outing thus far for Jacob Bulls. The 2-1. Swinging strike two evens the count up at 2-2. It was fouled off the foot of Diaz. Two-two count as Bulls retakes the mound. Long wait for Bulls. Nods at the sign. The 2-2. Lifted high, foul down the left field line. It will stay foul and will end up in the picnic area. The count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes for Abdiel Diaz. Once again, pleased you're joining us here on your holiday weekend. Glad we could bring you Otters baseball here on the Otters Digital Network. The 2-2 lifted high, foul to the left side. This one might stay in play. Torrellis moving back, and it's J.R. Davis who hauls it in fair territory for out number 1. I'll tell you what, Anthony Torrellis went a long way to potentially help make that play. But it was J.R. Davis who ended up having the better line at it, and he's the one who made the play. That'll bring up the catcher, Jackson Pritchard, 0 for 2. A pair of strikeouts thus far in the day. First pitch on the way. Stays low for ball 1. I want to give you the final line score for Austin Gossman. Gives up 1 run and 7 hits across 5 innings of work. Walked 2, struck out 7. The 1 run he gave up was unearned. The 1-0 across for a called strike 1. The count evens up. Otters have just 1 multi-hit outing so far. It's Andy Armstrong, who's done it for the 2nd straight night. The 1-1, a called strike 2 on the low outside edge. And Bulls once again has himself ahead in the count. The 1-2. Sent on the ground towards Khalil. He'll pick it up. The throw over to first and plenty of time for out number 2. A lot of fireworks going on out there in the outfield. None of them belong to the Grizzlies. I'm pretty sure they're planning on doing fireworks every night of this series, rain permitting, of course, tonight. But at least has something exciting going on out there in center field and past right field as well. Jose Rosario, the 9-hole hitter, is 0 for 1 on the game. A walk and a strikeout. Stepping in for his first pitch here. It's a called strike on the high outside corner. And don't forget that the Otters and Grizzlies have 2 more this weekend. Catch them both here on the Otters Digital Network for free. 6:45 first pitch each game. 0-1 stays low, and the count evens up. Might even have a little surprise on the broadcast tomorrow. Might have a couple of office or Otters press box members making the trip over here to Gateway to help out here on the Otters Digital Network. More on that tomorrow. 1-1 to Rosario. Hefty swinging strike 2. Rosario chased that one way out of the zone. Again, we're seeing Bulls change up his release up there on the mound. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Works outside, and Rosario just lets it go. Plane taking off right over GCS Credit Union Ballpark, as we're right next to the St. Louis Downtown Airport, which is not, of course, the major airport here in St. Louis. 2-2. Low outside, and again, Rosario doesn't chase. And the count is full with 2 outs. Outfield is shifted a tad bit to the left side. Everybody else is straight up. Big pitch here for Jacob Bulls. Has himself ready. The full count pitch to Jose Rosario. A half swing. Did he go? No, he did not. And it'll be a walk. The whole Otters defense thought they had got the final out. Instead, the Grizzlies will live to see another hitter. They will bring up the center fielder, Andrew Penner. The former Otter is 1 for 3, a double in the 4th, and a couple strikeouts earlier in the game. First pitch to Andrew Penner, a called strike on the inside edge. Oh, 1 to Andrew Penner. Push to the left side. Torrales makes the play, but they say it was just foul. That one's hard to believe. But on the bright side, for one time in this series, we have a very definitive answer the second a ball gets put into play, and we haven't had that in the last couple of nights from the home plate umpires. Good to see them make a call at least right away this time. Torrales had made a nice move towards it. It would have been a close play at first. Penner is a man that's quick out of the box, but we will never know the result of that play now. Counts 0-2 for Andrew Penner. Once again, Bulls has himself an opportunity to end the inning with a strike. The 0-2. Swinging strike 3. It's a German-American bank strikeout that sits down the Grizzlies and takes us to the 7th inning. Otters holding on to a 3-1 lead. Glad you're joining us here for Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. And we work into the back third of this game. A pitching change needed for Gateway. Carson Cupo called upon from the bullpen. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Cupo on the mound, Pritchard behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Steven Sensley, J.R. Davis, and Jeffrey Baez due up in the half inning for the Otters. Sensley's reached base twice already, once on a walk, once on a single. First pitch. One-0 count to Sensley after a pitch was way outside, made it all the way back to the backstop. Davis, the man on deck, is still looking for his first opportunity to get on base. He hit a ball to the deepest part of this ballpark, right out there in left center field, and was out on a flyout. Anywhere else in this place, that's a double or home run. The 1-0 to Sensley. Big off speed. Maybe it was supposed to be a curveball that never broke down towards the zone. Count extends to 2-0 in favor of Sensley. Otters lead 3-1 here in the top of the seventh inning. 2-0 heads home. Sensley takes it for a called strike one. Otters have certainly had Otters Nation on their front of their seats in the last couple of weeks. A lot of close games, really having to use Logan Sawyer a bunch out of the bullpen as that strong closer. 2-1 to Sensley. Works outside yet again. It's a 3-1 count. Coming into today, Logan Sawyer is still the top closer in this league. 12 saves. That leads the way. The 3-1. Zoomed into right field, down for a base hit. That was hit hard off the bat. And Sensley leads off this seventh inning with a single. Yakkertech says it's 115 off the bat. No time for him to even round first, as immediately Bernard was over there. I can confidently say that's the highest exit velocity I've seen from Yakkertech this year. J.R. Davis at the plate now, looking for his first base hit of the game. Works inside, ball one for him. Davis making his way back to the box. Sensley down there on first. The 1-0 to Davis. Stays outside and he's ahead in the count 2-0. Hard-hitting center fielder. I almost said left fielder because that's where he usually is. Hard-hitting center fielder Jeffrey Baez is on deck. He already has one home run on the game. 2-0 count to J.R. Davis, who's just shy of a 300 batting average. The 2-0. Right back up the middle, over the extended arm of the second baseman, Achenbaugh. There goes Sensley towards third. He's easily there, and there's runners on the corners. No outs in the seventh. Just what the Otters needed. And now another meeting at the mounds for Gateway is necessary. Jeffrey Baez is due up now. He's 1 for 3 with a solo home run in the fourth to dead center here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Take this chance to walk you through the Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard. Washington and Lake Erie have gone final. The Wild Things just need one run to win, a 1-0 win over Lake Erie. They're up 2-0 in that series, by the way. The other game that has not gone final, or two games that haven't gone final, Trois-Rivières has a 9-2 lead at Quebec. Boy, would that be a big win for the Eagles. And in the top of the ninth, the Joliet Slammers have a 6-5 lead over Windy City. The Thunderbolts are down to their last out right now. Another arm is starting to warm up for the Grizzlies out there in right. Jeffrey Baez heads to the plate with nobody out and runners on the corners. This is a huge RBI opportunity for one of the hardest hitting bats in the league. Baez is dug in, ready for his first offering in this at-bat. Pitch on the way to him. It works high and inside for ball one on the off-speed breaking pitch there. Otters have scored 3 runs on 9 hits, with 1 error credited to them. Grizzlies 1 run on 7 hits. The next pitch into Baez stays low, and it's a 2-0. Baez is ahead in the count. Dug in at the plate. Runners on the corners, no outs. Here comes the 2-0. Catches the high outside corner, and it's a 2-1 count now. Baez still ahead in the count. Long wait for Cupo. The 2-1. Swinging strike 2 on a high fastball. Zoomed it past Baez. His count's evened up. He's got to be expecting that off speed low and away. Check over to first, and here comes the 2-2 to Jeffrey Baez. Works low outside, off speed, kind of like I thought it was going to be, and it's a full count. J.R. Davis is over there on first. Steven Sinsley at third. No outs here for the Otters. Baez is looking at a full count. The payoff pitch from Cupo is on the way now. Skied to the right side. Will it get out of play? Yes, it will. End up in the 7th or 8th row up there. So Baez will work his way back around and dig in. Three-two pitch to Jeffrey Baez with no outs and runners on the corners. This is a huge pitch for Carson Cupo. On the way home. Swinging strike 3. That is a big out for the Grizzlies to get. That's the first one for Cupo in the game. And now that will do it for Carson Cupo. Another pitching change needed here for Gateway. We'll let you know who's coming in right after this on the Otters Digital Network. Again, a pitching change needed for Gateway. They bring in Nick Kennedy out of the bullpen. That call to bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Kennedy on the mound, Pritchard behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East. Located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. Justin Felix due up now. 1 out, runners on the corners. Felix subbed into the game after Phillips hurt himself diving back into second. First pitch to Felix. Chopped foul off his own back. Felix last night had a 3-run home run and an RBI single. It was his first 4 RBI game of the season. Oh, 1 the count to Justin Felix. He's got 20 RBIs on the season. Got a chance for another one here. Runners on first and third for him. The 0-1 from Nick Kennedy. Sent foul again to the left side. Kind of looked like it went off his foot again. And now Felix will have to get a bit defensive at the plate. That was 2 really quick strikes. Kennedy digs in at the front of the rubber up there on the bump. Looking in for his sign, has it. The 0-2 on the way. Called strike 3 on the outside corner, and Felix sits down. That'll bring up the shortstop, George Khalil, who's 0 for 2 so far in this game. A strikeout, a flyout, and a sacrifice bunt, as it looks like the raindrops are starting to fall once again. More of a sprinkle right now, as opposed to an actual rain. First pitch home, and he fouls it back towards the netting. George Khalil batting just over 250. He has 2 home runs on the year. His first one, his first professional home run, by the way, came all the way back a month ago when the team was last here. Put it over the wall in right center field. The 0-1 to Khalil now. Sent on the ground to the left side, foul. Will end up towards the bullpen for the Otters. And jumping up to grab it is Tyler Spring. Oh, 2 the count now for George Khalil. Swinging strike 3. That is a huge strikeout. Grizzlies do not give up any runs here in the top of the 7th. Otters still lead by 2. And we're ready to go here in the bottom half of the 7th. What an absolute masterclass from Nick Kennedy to come into this game, get 2 strikeouts, and shut the Otters down. This was a chance the Otters could really put their mark on this game and put it away for good. But they get denied by Kennedy there. We're going to see Jacob Bowles return to the mound, and he starts off with a called strike 1. To Isaac Bernard. The 0-1 to Isaac Bernard on the way from Bowles. Misses a bit inside, and the count evens up at 1-1. Looked like it missed low. Bowles optioning to take a little bit more time between pitches. This one's sent on the ground towards Armstrong at second. He plays it into the glove, the throw to first, and plenty of time for out number 1. Good work from Armstrong to set up a little further back so he had extra time to make the play. Worked it into his glove nicely and then made the exchange and throw on time. It'll bring up Jay Prather, the left fielder, who has had two really tough scenarios taken out from underneath him. A foul ball to the left side was grabbed out of the air by Torrellis, and then a hard hit ball to the right side was snagged by Sinsley to grab it out his last time up. The first pitch is just a tad bit low to him for ball 1. Otters defense set up straight up all the way around. A little shallower than usual in the outfield. The 1-0 to Prather. Called strike on the outside edge. And with authority, Trey Hudson calls the strike behind the plate. One the count to Jay Prather, the left fielder for the Grizzlies. Pitch is on the way towards him. Pushes it foul to the left side. It's off the top of the net for strike 2. And Steve Brook will go running after that ball and hand it through the door to a fan. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bowles trying to sit down Prather. The pitch is dug over to the right side. McNamee will run in and bring it in for out number 2. That's a name we haven't heard much defensively tonight for the Otters. Elijah McNamee hasn't had to do much out there. Of course, the last time the Otters were here, McNamee was a menace out there in right. His defensive plays alone stole 7 runs in that 3-game set from Gateway. Trevor Achenbaugh heads to the plate now. Managed his way on base twice, once via error and once via a double. First pitch to him. Zoom down the left side. Torrellis makes the play. Ooh, nice little grab there in the hot corner, but it was foul. Achenbaugh reached on that error in the 3rd inning with 2 outs, and the Grizzlies turned it into a run. It was an absolutely huge inning for them in the grand scheme of things, but that's all the offense they've mustered thus far tonight. 0-1 is the count to Trevor Achenbaugh after the foul ball to the left side to the hot corner. The 0-1. Called strike 2 on the outside edge. That one looked like it worked a little too far over, but the slider's in for strike 2. So Achenbaugh has to get defensive now with 2 outs, no one on, and an 0-2 count. The pitch is on the way. Swinging strike 3, grabbed by Felix behind the plate. And a German-American bank strikeout shuts down this bottom of the 7th. Otters still lead by 2. And we're ready to go here in the top of the 8th inning. We're going to see Torrellis, Armstrong, and McNamee up for the Otters. Torrellis had a single in his first at-bat, reached on a fielder's choice in his second, then flew out to right field his last time up. The first pitch from Nick Kennedy on the way, called strike one. Long wait for Kennedy. Pitch on the way, just stays low. That release is such an interesting one to pick up, and the Otters have struggled against it thus far. 2 batters faced, 2 strikeouts in the book. The 1-1 to Anthony Torrellis. Fouled off to the right side. Defense is playing with a very slight shift to the left side, very slight. Center fielder maybe 5 or 6 steps towards left field. But everyone else is playing pretty much in their normal positioning. Anthony Torrellis looking at a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Sent foul to the left side along the ground. Ends up in the bullpen for the Otters, where Anthony Gallardo is warming up. Anthony Torrellis looking at a 1-2 count with no outs here in the top of the 8th inning. Otters just looking for insurance at this point. The 1-2 works way inside, 2-2 count. That one almost caught Torrellis in the ankle. Grizzlies also warming up a man down there in right. The 2-2 to Torrellis. Lifted high, foul down the right field line. Chasing back is Freeman, but it will drop in between a couple of Grizzlies. And the count remains at 2-2. A play it looked like Trevor Achenbach could have made down the right field line. He started a slide a couple seconds before the ball came down and ended up about 3 feet short of the ball. Maybe he was trying to keep himself out of harm's way in the bullpen. It's hard to tell. Regardless, it gives Anthony Torrellis another opportunity. Love to see him take the chance. He puts it out towards right center field. Running in is Bernard, and he will park underneath it for out number 1. Torrellis cannot make him pay for the miscommunication in right. That'll bring up the second baseman, Andy Armstrong, who has picked up his second 2-hit game of this series. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the 3rd, but had a single in the 4th and then had a double, an RBI double in the 6th inning off the top of the left field wall. Oh, it was 2, maybe 3 feet short of his first home run of the season. That Otters dugout was getting ready to erupt. First pitch to him. Sent grounded towards Diaz at short. He'll play it on 2 hops to first in plenty of time for out number 2. That will bring up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Elijah McNamee, who's 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 3rd, a walk in the 6th, and a couple of groundouts. But both times he's made it on base, he's been stranded out there. First pitch to Elijah McNamee from Nick Kennedy is on the way. Called strike on the outside edge, a really late called strike and really far out there, but it is called strike regardless. 0-1 count to Elijah McNamee. Trying to find another hit in this game and raise his average over 300. Takes a pitch to the same spot. This one's called ball 1. In the couple of games that have happened already this evening. Joliet's got a 6-5 win now. That one's gone final. Trois-Rivières is about to go final at Quebec with a 9-2 win. 1-1 to McNamee is fouled back towards the netting. Some dark green on the radars, moving closer to Sauget. We could be seeing a little bit of rain here shortly. But the rain we've gotten has all been very mild. One ball, two strikes to Elijah McNamee with 2 outs here in the 8th. Again, fouled off the foot of McNamee. And he'll live to see one more. Looks like Augie Gallardo could very well be entering this game when we head to the bottom half of the 8th. One ball, two strikes. The pitch on the way. Zoomed out towards right by McNamee. It's going to end up fouling on the upper concourse. One ball, two strikes for Elijah McNamee. Trying to extend this 8th inning for the Otters as they're searching for some insurance. The 1-2 to McNamee. Zoomed out towards left. It's down for a base hit. And that's base hit number 10. McNamee's going to make his way to second on a bobble out there in center. McNamee earns his second hit of the game. A single and then advances on a bobble out there in center field. And another pitching change is needed for the Grizzlies. We'll let you know who it is right after this. Otters trying to do something here at the top of the 8th inning with a runner on second and 2 outs. Sam Gardner is the 5th pitcher into the game for Gateway this evening. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Gardner on the mound. Pritchard behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. Zach Bierman at the plate with a runner on second and 2 outs. He's really due for a big hit. A home run here could really help put this game away for the Otters. First pitch to Bierman. Hefty swinging strike one. He was a little ahead of it for strike to go down to the count 0-1. Gallardo continues to warm for the Otters down there in left field, but basically only one pitch for every game, or every pitch in game. The 0-1 to Zach Bierman. Breaking ball falls in at the last second. The count's 0-2 for Zach Bierman. 0-2 for Zach Bierman with 2 outs and a runner on second. Big pitch coming here. On the way. That's fouled back towards the catcher, Pritchard. He gets out of his way. Counts at 0-2 now for Zach Bierman. Long wait for Sam Gardner on the bump. 0-2 count, 2 outs, and a runner on second for the Otters. The 0-2 on the way home. Again, fouled back towards the netting. Bierman was sitting fastball. It was an off speed. He just got the tip of the bat off of it. (0-2) is the count. Bierman waiting at home for it. The 0-2 is on the way now from Gardner. Right back up the middle. Grabbed by Diaz at short. The throw to first in time. Oh my goodness. What a play from Diaz out there. Keeps the Otters off the board in this inning. They still lead by 2, however, as we head to the bottom of the 8th. We head to the bottom half of the 8th. The Otters make another pitching change. Augie Gallardo will come in out of the bullpen. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Gallardo on the mound. Felix behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Gallardo appeared last night, striking out all 4, or of the 4 outs he got, all 4 were strikeouts. He faced 5 batters total and walked the other one. Well, I have some good news, and that is that Dakota Phillips did come running back to the dugout that last half inning. Looked like he was smiling. He was just in a warm-up jacket, wasn't in, or probably had his uniform underneath, I guess, but is uplifting to see him back out on the, or in the dugout with his teammates. So Gallardo taking the mound for the Otters. Gallardo has one of the, well, I mean, it's got one of the biggest movements on it, his slider. One of the heaviest moving sliders in all of baseball with a 3,500 spin rate per minute. 1-0 count to Clint Freeman. Swinging, strike one, evens the count up. Nice pitch that just worked towards the low edge of the zone. Defense is set pretty much straight up all the way around. Gallardo sends home the 1-1, works way inside, ball two. These two squads have two more games planned here from GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Tomorrow, Sunday the 3rd, and then Monday the 4th, both at 6:45 p.m. Available for free right here on the Otters Digital Network. The 2-1. Push towards the right side. Sinsley down to a knee, makes the play, and he'll go run over to first himself for out number one as the rain begins to fall once again. The designated hitter, Cesar Trejo, now heads to the plate. 2 for 3 with a couple of singles, one with an RBI attached to it, as well as a strikeout in the 5th. And this is the heaviest it's rained all night now. Really starting to come down now. First pitch is a called strike to Cesar Trejo. And now people starting to vacate the stands and get underneath the overhang here. An 0-1 misses low and outside. Count evens up. Yeah, now a lot of people starting to move up towards the concourse here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark. But it is a turf field, so that's nice. The 1-1 called strike two on the slider there from Gallardo. We knew this heavier rain was going to get here eventually. We just didn't know when. 1-2 count to Trejo. On the way. Swinging, strike three. And it's the first German American Bank strikeout of the day for Augie Gallardo. That's the 10th German American Bank strikeout altogether for the Otters in the game. It'll bring up Abdiel Diaz, the shortstop for this Grizzlies team. He's 1 for 3 with a single back in the second inning. First pitch is ball one, high and outside. 1-0 counts. Pitch is zooming home. Zoom down the left field line, but foul into the netting over there. Rain still coming down quite hard here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark in Sauget, Illinois, just a few moments outside of St. Louis. Another slider. That one breaks a bit low. Count goes to 2-1 for Abdiel Diaz. If Gallardo can pick up this final out, oh boy, pitch just outside, takes the 3-1. So I was saying if he can get this out, I expect the second he gets it, Logan Sawyer will begin to warm up for the Otters, as it would be likely be a save situation in the bottom of the ninth. The 3-1 sent up towards the middle. Armstrong diving, can't get to it, however, and it's a 2-out base hit for Abdiel Diaz. Really hard to get a base hit on Augie Gallardo just because of the sheer spin that he has on some of the balls. Jackson Pritchard, who's 0 for 3 with a couple strikeouts so far in this game, heads to the plate now. And it looks like actually there's going to be a pinch hitter as Cam Touche will head to the plate to hit for Jackson Pritchard. First pitch is fouled off to the left side. 0-1 count to Cam Touche, who's batting just a hair over 250 this season. This is a must get out for Augie Gallardo. The 0-1. Swinging strike 2. Slider broke inside on Touche, and he's down to his last strike in this inning. Rain getting heavier now. 0-2 count to Cam Touche. There goes the runner. It's zoomed out towards right field. McNamee will take a couple steps in and bring it in for out number 3. We head to the ninth. Otters lead by 2 here from GCS Credit Union Ballpark. To the ninth inning we go. The rain really coming down now. The umpires had a quick meeting before the inning and said, let's get it done. So due up for the Otters will be Steven Sinsley, J.R. Davis, and Jeffrey Baez as Logan Sawyer begins to warm up down there in left field for the Otters. Sinsley ready to go at the plate. So far, he's 2 for 3 with a absolute rocket shot hit to the right side. Pitch stays a bit low for ball 1 for Steven Sinsley. Most of the fans here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark have retreated underneath the concourse covered area here. Unlike Bossy Field, none of the seating is covered except for the suites, of course, up top. 2-0 the count to Steven Sinsley after a pitch almost takes his helmet off. Looking at a 2-0. Pitch on the way. Lifted high and foul to the left side. It'll get out of play. So the count goes to 2-1 for Steven Sinsley. And stepping off is Gardner. Two balls, one strike to the first baseman, Sinsley. Zoomed down the right field line, but just a bit foul. And his count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sinsley digging back in, looking at a 2-2. And again, Gardner steps off. Pitch on the way. High outside, and the count's now full. The 3-2. Low inside, and Sinsley's going to walk to first. A leadoff walk here tonight. It's his second walk of the day. And it brings up J.R. Davis now. Davis earned his first base hit of the day in the 7th inning after an 0-3 start to his day. The look over to first is, well, I would say not in time, but Sinsley hadn't even left first yet. So Davis still waiting on his first pitch of the at-bat. First pitch is on the way to Davis. Stays high, ball 1. One ball, no strikes. J.R. Davis hoping to extend the inning for the Otters. Another pitch stays high. He's ahead 2-0. The Otters have seen more 2-0 counts in this game than I've seen in some time. The 2-0 stays high again. 3-0 count now to J.R. Davis. Rain is staying very consistent, very hard. The throw over there to Sinsley at first, but he's in time. Counts 3-0 to J.R. Davis, who wipes off the bat on his pants. The 3-0 stays high, ball 4. And the Otters have their first 2 men on back-to-back walks. And making his way out to the bump is Steve Brook, the manager of this Grizzlies team. He has an Otter warming up down there. Or sorry, he has a Grizzly warming up down there in right field. Jeffrey Baez due up next for the Otters. There's runners on first and second after back-to-back walks. They're going to keep Sam Gardner in for the time being. But I'd expect if another man gets on, it would do it for Gardner. Rain really coming down. Baez at the plate now. Relaxed stance for him. First pitch to him. Bounces in for ball 1. It probably bounced halfway to home plate. Ball could be getting a little slick now. Does look like Logan Sawyer is ready to go just about any time now in the left field bullpen. He's to the point where he's just throwing pretty much once per inning pitch. The 1-0 to Baez. Zoomed right back up the middle. Tough play for Diaz to second for 1 to first. In time. Big double play there. 6-4-3 officially. That retires Davis on his way to second. Sinsley makes it to third. And with a runner on third and 2 outs, Justin Felix now heads to the plate. This is the heaviest the rain's been all night. And a lot of the people who were sitting in their seats braving the rain are now heading up towards the concourse. Tell you what, if we weren't in the 9th inning, this game would be in a delay right now. I almost guarantee it. But the umpires obviously want to get this one finished up. The 1-0. Swinging strike 1 evens the count at 1-1. And Justin Felix will wipe off the bat. 1-1 count for Justin Felix with 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. Otters holding on to a 3-1 lead. Wouldn't feel too bad for the Otters to grab a base hit here and get another run of insurance, but it's a swinging strike 2 to Felix that pulls him behind in the counts. Really heavy stuff now. Can probably hear it in the background. The 1-2. Swinging strike 3 that ends the top of the 9th. Last chance for the Grizzlies right after this. Bottom of the 9th coming at you next on the Otters Digital Network. Well, Logan Sawyer headed out to the mound to close this game out and was waved off after just one warm-up pitch, and he is furious down there. We'll see how long this one lasts. It is heavily coming down here at GCS Credit Union Ballpark. Keep it right here on the Otters Digital Network, and I will let you know as soon as we have an update. We are in a rain delay in the middle of the 9th inning. Otters lead 3-1. Well, after a few minutes of hard rain, and then they put a bunch of sand and turf down on the mound in the landing spot for the pitchers, they said, let's play baseball, and Logan Sawyer came hustling out there as the Frontier League's best closer into the game now, trying to finish this one off. A 3-1 game in favor of the Otters. Glad we were able to get through the delay quickly and bring you baseball here from Sauget. The Otters took the lead in the third on an RBI single from Elijah McNamee. Right back at you, said the Grizzlies, scoring a run on an RBI single from Cesar Trejo. Then the Otters said, no, we'll take that lead right back. Jeffrey Baez, solo home run to dead center. 2 innings later, another run scored for the Otters on an RBI double from Andy Armstrong, which was, well, maybe 2 feet short of the home run for him. It would have been his first home run of the season. Instead, it just gave the Otters the 1 run. And that 3-1 advantage is where we're at right now. Sawyer has missed a couple of pitches throwing home. Ball could be a bit slick for him out there. Sawyer has only allowed 1 run this year. It came in a 10th inning with a ghost runner out there. I'll be honest with you. I think we are in a scenario right now where you're going to need a new ball for every single pitch. He's thrown 2 warm-up pitches in a row now with the same ball. Let's see how this third pitch goes with it. That one he was able to keep pretty close, so maybe we're going to be able to use some of these balls multiple times, but I tell you what, we're in a tough scenario here. Was not going to stop the league's best closer from getting in this game, though. He was begging his manager, Andy McCauley, to get off the field before the rain delay, saying, no, just let me stay in here and get this done. The rain has let off a lot here. It's much lighter now, but it does look like it's going to stick around in the area till past midnight, so we know the rain's going to be here. It just depends on how hard it's going to be. The warm-up balls are on their way in, and we're ready to play baseball. At the bottom of the 9th inning, Jose Rosario, Andrew Pinner, and Isaac Bernard due up for the Grizzlies. Rosario up first. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout and 2 walks so far in the game. He's been stranded at first after each of the walks, though. Sawyer gets himself ready up there on the bump. Nods his head and fires home the first pitch. Called, strike 1 on the high outside corner. I took a trip down to the lower concourse during the rain delay, and a ton of fans are still in attendance. They have that under concourse packed with people down there. At least right now, the post-game fireworks are still on, so I'm sure a lot of people are hanging around for that. But they are all packed under tightly underneath the concourse. 0-1 is sent towards Sinsley at first. He makes the play, hands it over to Sawyer in time for out number 1. Ball almost got away from Sinsley because it was wet. So out number 1 is on a 3-1 putout. That'll bring up the leadoff man for the Grizzlies, center fielder Andrew Pinner, who's 1 for 4 with a double in the 4th inning. Andrew Pinner at the plate now, ready to go. The first pitch. Called, strike 1 on the outside edge. Logan Sawyer is 12 of 12 in save opportunities this year. That 12 does lead the Frontier League. 0-1 the count. Pitch headed home. Just misses to the low zone part of the zone. Evens up the count at 1-1. There's such positives and negatives with Logan Sawyer. The biggest positive is the consistency he's bringing every night. The biggest negative is obviously you don't know how long that's going to last before someone comes calling and he's out of Evansville, which is obviously great news for him in his career, and we're all going to back him when that happens. Not if, but when, because it will happen. But it's going to be unfortunate to have that strong an arm lead this Otters bullpen and this Otters team. But boy, does he deserve it whenever that call comes. 1-2 count to Andrew Penner. Sawyer's ready up there on the bump. Pitch comes home. Swinging, strike 3. It's the first German-American Bank strikeout of the game for Logan Sawyer. And down to their last out are the Grizzlies. They bring up their right fielder, Isaac Bernard, 1 for 4 in the game. A single back in the first is his only safe opportunity. Sawyer has himself ready up on the bump. Rain still coming down, but not as heavy. First pitch to Bernard. Called strike 1 at the knees. Sawyer not throwing as hard as he usually does, obviously because the rain has to do with some of the grip on the baseball. Oh, 1 to Isaac Bernard. It's sent foul back behind home plate, and the Grizzlies are down to their last strike. Sawyer readies himself before the 0-2, trying to pick up his league-leading 13th save of the season. Defense set up straight up. The 0-2 counts. Pitch headed home. Swinging, strike 3, and the Otters win their 5th straight game. A rain delay could not stop the best closer in the Frontier League. He comes in and sits down the Grizzlies 1-2-3. We'll keep it right here for the post-game show. Otters started this one off well. Got their first run back there in the 3rd. Like I mentioned, off of that RBI single from Elijah McNamee. The Grizzlies set right back at you. Gave them a run with an RBI single from Cesar Trejo. It was an unearned run credited to Austin Gossman. Then into the 4th inning we went, and Jeffrey Baez said we'll take the lead right back, a solo shot to dead center field. That 2-1 advantage lasted just 2 innings into the 6th when the Otters added 1 more on a RBI double from Andy Armstrong, oh so close to his first home run this year. But instead it gave the Otters a 3-1 lead, one they would hold all the way to the end. Jacob Bowles, Augie Gallardo, and Logan Sawyer all came in out of the bullpen and helped finish this one off. But no errors evaded them, and the Otters get to the end of this one, winning 3-1, out-hitting the Grizzlies 10-8. And the error category was tied at 1 apiece. Game lasted a little extra than usual because of the delay. The win goes to Austin Gossman, who put in 5 full innings, giving up 1 run. It was unearned on 7 hits. He walked 2, struck out 7. The loss is going to go to Justin Farrell, who allowed 2 runs on 5 hits in 5 innings of work. He walked 3, struck out 3. The save is going to go to Logan Sawyer, his 13th of the season. That leads the Frontier League. We'll take one last look at the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard at the one last score that has gone final since we last talked. Trois-Rivières did get the 9-2 win at Quebec. A big win for the Eagles on the road in the battle for Quebec. That'll do it for our coverage tonight. A short rain delay could not stop the Otters from winning their 5th straight game and at least claiming a split in this 4-game set here at Gateway. For all of us here at the Evansville Otters, I'm Matthew Will. I'll talk to you tomorrow night as the Otters and Grizzlies do battle once again at 6:45 here on the Otters Digital Network. Have a great rest of your night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.